Hello, all you chill cats, killer kittens, and variations thereupon. We are back today. We finished yesterday. We finished. It's gone from my brain. What we finished yesterday? Whatever land. Yesterday we finished Whatever Land, which I had originally planned to do over yesterday and today. So I realized yesterday when I finished it that I needed something else to play today. And there were no clear runner-ups based on the previous poll, um, because the two other choices were Tangle Tower and Strange Horticulture, and those both had equal amounts of votes. So I had to run another poll, and Tangle Tower won. So we're playing Tangle Tower today, which is a game that I know very little about, other than what's on the Steam page. I, again, was not able to put together a very comprehensive content warning list because I could not find one out there. So I apologize if it is not complete. I know that the one for Whatever Land was not as complete as it needed to be. But as far as I know, the content warnings for Tangle Tower, and that should be Tangle Tower, it has. I put a D in there when I should not have. It should be just Tangle Tower. So the key features, the key story elements that I'm aware of that potentially could not be for everyone include murder. It's a whodunit mystery, so of course there has to be a murder, as well as interrogations. They're trying to figure out who did the mystery, so us as the player character is trying to detective it up. And I assume that there are some supernatural elements at play because the main suspect is a painting. So I assume that there's something supernatural going on, but I'm not sure. We're going to find out together. We are going to find out together as we play through Tangle Tower. So let's get started. Alright, I did have a quick look through the settings, but there's not a huge amount that can be altered. You can change it out of full screen, you can change the aspect ratio, you can change some of the volumes, you can change the text language, but there's not a whole lot of editing of settings that can be done here. So I have gone for a makeup look that's very pink today and with a little bit of yellow in it. Accidentally representing the pansexual flag, but I'm good with that. It may be more intentional than it appears, but it's because the actual building, the tower in question, from what I could find on Google Images, so I don't know that it's 100% accurate, but I hope so, that the actual tower itself, the building that this is set in, is largely sort of a pink spectrum, so it's like pinky purplies and like yellows. So that is what I went with today with the makeup. And I tried to draw a bit of a tangle as like a winged eyeliner look, bit of a interweaving look. I tried. Attempts were made. Alright, let's get going. I'm excited to start it. I'm excited to solve a mystery. Let's do it. Yes, this is okay. I was not wrong. This is it. This is what inspired my makeup. This look here. This building. I couldn't draw the actual building. I'm not that good an artist, but I hope that the color palette that I have going on today sort of it hints enough to the building. Hopefully. Okay, new file. Ooh. Okay. I don't know what these stand for, but there's like a statistics thing down here. Not sure what they stand for. We've got what looks to be like a magnifying glass on a piece of paper with the counter saying 0, and then a group of people with the counter saying 0, and then a magnifying glass with some eyes that looks to be sweating from nervousness, and that's a 0. Not sure what those mean, but we'll find out, I guess. Tangle Tower. Mid-afternoon. Lake's Edge. Hello.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
It's a bird bath.
Oh, oh no.
Is that just rainwater? Looks a
The
little.
birds seem to like it.
They're even singing. Toot, toot, toot.
Please don't do that.
My bad.
The ground's moist, but it's not muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
Okay, so we already know we're here for a murder investigation.
I tied the boat up to the mooring post, so it'll stay put.
We hope.
For now. Probably.
Loving the confidence.
Hopefully the voice acting is loud enough here. Let me just double check.
It's the little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way on or off the island.
Only way on or off the island. Okay.
What a comforting thought.
Can't really hear it very well through the playback. Wonder... Let's try. Well, it seems to be doing the same volume. Okay. Let's try that. Usually the sound mixing is a little bit better than that, but usually the sound mixing is a little bit better than that, but usually the
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous.
better than that, but usually
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous.
Ah, I forgot that when I do that, it repeats back on me because it's the all of the desktop audio. Alright, hang on. Probably needs to scooch down just a tad, so it's not too loud. I wonder if I can...
Like, walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
Let's just close out of it for a second. It wouldn't tell me how to get back to the settings, so... I just want to lower things that aren't the voice. Because I want the voice to come through relatively clearly. But I don't want my voice to be overshadowed. So hopefully that will be good now. Let's do it again. Oh. Let's start from the start. Tangle Tower. Mid-afternoon. Lake's Edge. Let's talk to the birds again.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
Hopefully that's alright now.
You ready, Sally?
So this is Sally.
Grimoire, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Grimoire. Interesting duo name, Sally and Grimoire.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Case file. Murder victim Freya Fellow, 19, died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow, 58. Location, Flora's tower. Flora was present as she was posing for a portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red colour on the tip of the knife is not paint. It was discovered to be blood. Okay, and are we assuming it's not Flora? The person that she was doing a portrait of? Seems like the most obvious thing, and then like blood splattered onto the painting. In a very artistically convenient way. Oh, okay, so here is the map. Sure. Look at how cute they look. Was that all there is to the case files? Oh, Freya. Oh my god, look at her neck. Okay. We don't know much about her, other than she has an abnormally long neck. Hi there, Zeeb, how you doing? She built like a mushroom, she is. It's incredible. She even looks like she's got like spores going on. So this is the woman that was stabbed, the 19-year-old that was stabbed. She died whilst painting a portrait of Flora, who I believe would be related to her, given that they have the same last name. So we know all this stuff. How was Freya killed? Stabbed? It says she was found lying on her back with a single stab wound in her chest. That's how she was killed. I think the biggest question is who killed her? You know?
It's a garden. I think. It's currently far away.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
Oh, do I have to use this to move? Aha, I do. Gardens. Egg.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
Egg.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
Yeah, it's an egg.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp.
Playing a harp.
Hang on a second.
Let's look closer. Oh!
This isn't just a
It's a
regular
puzzle.
statue, is it?
It's 4 a.m. Oh my gosh. Make sure you do try to get some sleep. I hope that it comes to you soon. I appreciate you popping in here. Hopefully this can be a relaxing place. And I don't end up keeping you up longer. But I do hope sleep finds you very soon.
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
It doesn't seem like this puzzle can be solved. But what if I just brute forced it? Okay, so there's... Oh, hang on. That's not on the others. All of these symbols look similar except that one. And that one. Odd one's out. Odd one's out.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Harp statue. An old weathered statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harp's 4 column segments. Cool.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
It looks like a door, but okay.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet. It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
What animal is that?
Bird.
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course.
The hawk bear lizard.
A hawk bear lizard. It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
Alrighty. To the next room. Main entrance. Oh, the O is missing. Tangle Tower.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh, that's where the O is.
Oh yeah. Tangle Tower.
Twir.
That's the same thing I did.
Oh.
Hang on, can I
What?
pick it up?
Twir.
Can I not pick it up?
Oh.
I can't
What?
pick it
Oh,
up.
Twir. Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
No, definitely.
Opened letter. The envelope has been ripped open. There's a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have memorized it, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Ooh. Fascinating.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
Ah, there's a heart engraved in the tree.
FFPP.
I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF.
It's the other way around, but okay. It's quite clearly FFPP.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody. Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Let's head to the crime scene first. It's at
Fine.
the top of the West Tower, I think.
Not letting us explore as we see fit, making us follow a linear storyline. Grand Hall. My gosh, there's the yellow path and then there's the purple path. The fellow path and purple pinkish side. This is like my color scheme. This is my whole brand right here. Yellow side and a purple side.
Now it's a big glass tube filled with water.
It looks like it's an aquarium without fish in it.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it anymore.
The weeds might be living in it. The weeds are a living thing.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Sally, check those plants.
Is soil a clue?
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Look closer. Oh, pointer. So there's the fellow side and the pointer side. Apparently the Remingtons don't get a side. So we've got Lord Fellow and Lady Fellow who gave birth to Flint Fellow and Felix Fellow. Lord Fellow also apparently married Selena Topstone and had Felicia Fellow, who married Damien Dusk and had Freya Fellow. Apparently they don't follow traditional naming conventions. Flint Fellow and Emily Everstone had Fitz Fellow. Felix Fellow and Flora Remington had Fiona Fellow. So Freya was the one that died. Fiona was the one that was being painted. So what are they? So this is like an official family member. This is like an unofficial family member, kind of. Seems this is the symbol they use for people that sort of marry in. Were these guys married or were they siblings? Was this also a marriage or was this an affair? I'm curious. There's some odd stuff going on there. So what's this? These are all like... These guys are brothers. This is like a stepsister. And then this is... So... Cousins. Yeah, all of these guys are cousins. And none of these guys are related to any of these guys. But because Felix married a Remington, that's how like this side gets brought in. So Lord Pointer, Lady Pointer, Percival Pointer, Pandora Pointer, Brackley, okay, Penelope Pointer, and Percival Pointer married Primrose Remington and had Puppy Pointer. Obviously the Remingtons don't follow this R thing, except for Richard Remington. He's the only one that follows. So he's one of... So these guys are siblings, and didn't marry. Richard didn't marry. So I'm thinking because, like, Fiona... I'm pretty sure Fiona was the one being painted, and she's, like, 50-something. And Freya, 56 or something. And then Freya is 19, and they're, like, technically the same generation... generational sort of bracket, in that... These guys are all siblings, and therefore these guys are cousins. But I think that maybe what happened is that these were the original couple, and then like this is like a second wife when he's really old sort of situation. hence resulting in Felicia being significantly younger than this first generation here, Felix and Flint. Anyway, this is fascinating.
Stairs.
This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
How very perceptive of you.
These are bad. These are bad.
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
It's not locked.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
Okay, we can't really look at any of the pictures. Okay, so this is the room we need to go to. Flora's Tower.
Let's take a look at that painting first. The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was...
Let's check the case file again.
I missed that. I clicked too fast. Okay, yep. This is a difference. Okay, there's... She wasn't as close here. Did they move this?
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
Painted portrait. Freya was unable to finish the painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. Ah, there's the Tangle Tower. A small painting on a scrap of paper. A few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays it goes by Tangle Tower, but it's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base. Surrounded by a circular lake, the water is an unusual mix of colors. The lake is enclosed by a sheer pale cliffs that are too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. The Fellow on the yellow side, the Pointer on the pink side. That's the victim. Okay, that's all of our stuff.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
This must be what it wants.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife, It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
Ah! An unfinished painting. Flora's Tower.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
Whoa, that's hilarious.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
Gramophone. It plays cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. It's pointed towards the middle of the room. There's a noticeable crack running through all the way through it from the horn down to the tape deck.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
Oh, to Freya. The cassette tape has a crack down the middle. There's a handwritten message on the label to Freya. Oh my gosh, cute.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
Try it.
It's piano music.
I feel like I know the song, but I don't know the name of the song. I've definitely heard the song. Okay, I think it's gonna repeat. It's a recording of piano music. It plays for a short while before stopping. I wonder if this is like one of the people in the house who recorded this for Freya. Yeesh, that ending. Alright, eject.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Brush and palette. The palette has a variety of paint loaded onto it. The largest blob is a blob of black in the middle. That looks like green, but okay. Paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint.
Freya's painting supplies.
Small glass pots of red, yellow, blue, black, and white paint. Glass pots are all cracked down one side.
Is that an egg?
Egg!
An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
Oh my gosh.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
Ah. Oh.
It's some kind of clue about where to put the gemstones.
Okay. I was wrong. So one that goes... Let's look at the thick paths first. So the short one. Short thick path. Must be this one. So the shorter end has the red and the longer end has the green. Okay. And then the long one. Purple on the short end, blue on the long end. Purple on the short end, blue on the long end. And then this other guy. Red and blue. We've got the red and then the blue is already there. That was convenient. Alright, now we gotta look at these thin ones. So this one, I think is this one. So it's yellow and purple. Purple down the thin end. Yellow down this end. This long one that sort of goes into a square, yellow at the long end, green at the short end. Convenient. And this one is pink and pink. So that's right.
I got it.
Aha!
I'm impressed. Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
The once unlocked, the egg can be opened. It's currently empty. The lining of the egg is a soft velvet-like material. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. It rests on 3 strange feet with pointed claws. Well, that was fun. Let's talk.
Flora... Fellow?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now. Flora... Fellow?
Hey, sorry to barge in.
Okay, so we already did that one.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
She seems like she's guilty.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya? Yeah, she's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
Okie dokie.
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
It's not a window, it's an absence of wall. There's an eye up here.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
There's an eye. You're not gonna talk about the eye?
It's so dark back there.
Somehow, the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
Alright. Let's go back out. We'll ask some people some things.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
Oh. Painted model. A wooden carving of a man holding a sword. The model has been hand-painted, but the paint is not skillfully applied. Yellow, blue, black, and white paints are found nearby. That's cute.
Puffer fish?
Yes. It's also a lamp, for some reason. Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
Oh my gosh. So we need to find where X is. So there's the serpent, a mountain, and in the distance a tree thingy. Serpent to the left. Could be this one. So that would be I4? Oh, looking north. Okay. Trying to see whether any of them work from a different perspective, and they don't. None of them seem to. This one seems to be it. I4?
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
Oh, I forgot the birds. Maybe it's this. To like northwest. So E3? That doesn't work though. Oh, it's this one. It is this one. That's H6 West.
There we go.
Perfect. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
That looks like it could be Freya. Don't know what that's supposed to be. That might be the man on the bed. Model resembling a child with green hair. Model resembling a woman with grey hair. Oh, so that must be or Flora. Model resembling a red and white bird. A model resembling a broad-shouldered man. Wooden models have been hand-painted. The paint is not skillfully applied. Pot of red paint and a brush lay nearby. The brush has some dried red paint on it.
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh.
Ew.
You get a good view of the lake from here.
That's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure. An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed.
What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Okay, Sally.
Oh. It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
Huh.
A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
Mood.
Mood. Oh my gosh.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
You get a good view of the lake from here.
Hello.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
Okay.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer slash treasure hunter. Yes,
Adventurer slash
best in the
explorer?
world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
He seems nervous. Oh. I want to take your
It
statement.
was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Okay. That was some information. We have an ad break coming up, so we'll be back in about 3 minutes to do more investigating, and we'll find out more about who murdered Freya and why. See you soon. Alrighty. We are back. And we are heading to a different room of the house.
It's locked.
Freya's room. This should be important for investigating.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
My brain, when he says it's a little glass box, my brain was like, a little glass vial, a little glass vial. Because that's what Zydrate comes in. It's a catchy song from a musical that doesn't have too many catchy songs.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Paintbrushes.
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe.
Oh, a puzzle?
They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
So well there. No. There. Like that. Swap the brushes to the correct order, arrange the paper to find a clue. It's the stems? Shorty. Something with green on the tip, but we don't know the length. This one is correct, I believe. No.
I did it.
Ah,
How do I win?
Not bad.
I did it.
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Look at this photograph. Oh my god. Who are these people? They look aggressive. A photograph of two young girls, one with red hair, the other with green hair. Apparently they're calling this green hair. It looks yellow to me. This looks yellow. I don't know in what universe this is green, but okay. The photo seems to be missing, has a large piece missing. It seems to have been ripped off. There was somebody over there as well.
That painting is really something.
Obelisk.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Look at this photograph. Photograph of painting. A small photograph of Freya's abstract painting. A piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. The lines have been drawn in black ink around the edges. Can we turn it over? So we need to look at these spots on the painting.
That painting.
Why would
Maybe
you-
Freya enjoyed.
atmosphere.
Hang on. There's a smaller
It's
version.
a photograph.
Who watches? A book? Pencil in the hair. Aggressive expression. Okay, there's nothing that's gonna come from that.
Painting supplies.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark. Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
No.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. Do you think this was always...
I don't know.
No windows either.
Okay. Library. Oh, you're in the picture.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk...
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
Okay, Fifi.
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
You did it
So
earlier. You called
Well,
yourself a
first of all,
microbiologist.
you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Biologist.
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor
they
an
can, it's
intrinsic fascination
microbiology.
with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Yes,
Correct.
it's lenses.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
So she invented transition lenses for herself.
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh,
Oh.
gosh, that sucks.
Good.
So, Fifi, it's okay.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
Oh my god.
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Autism vibes right here. But like, poorly written autism vibes. I personally, like, I understand why you felt the need to do it, but as a member of the household, you have an intrinsic bias and it should not have been performed by you, and you should understand that as a scientist. I know that you probably did not do very many humanities-based subjects, but like ethics in science is like a huge deal. And you should understand bias. You should understand this.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
Oh, it's got the towers in it.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
Hey, look at that. What do you
That
think?
would make an amazing...
Can't do anything else with it right now.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
That's been left.
Or
Oops. It's been left open.
It was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving?
Is that red bird that the guy was painting? The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even amongst avian mystids. Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. It has particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seeds of Tantum amica, pictured.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Right. This is obviously a clue that we're going to need for something later. Don't know what that is.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Do I need to click
A
on things?
chalkboard.
Is this a library or
Any idea what this means?
not a clue?
Math equation.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Math.
Don't look at them. You'll give yourself a headache.
I mean, sure. These are some equations. This is a chemical structure, though. Like carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, carbon, oxygen. I don't know what that element is called. Not element, what that molecule is called. I know what the elements are called.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched. Books about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
Books about geography.
Skip. Books about ancient history? I think?
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
A book on the floor. Fundamental entomology.
That one's about bugs.
I guess somebody dropped it.
While they were removing all of the bug books from the bug book section.
It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What?
Must. You ask such stupid questions.
Nice. Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge, the archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
Sure.
Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Books about nature?
You know what vibes this is giving me? Sally is giving me Ingrid vibes from Fillmore. So it's giving me some slight Fillmore vibes. God, if they made a game out of Fillmore, that would be so great.
It's musty in here.
What exactly?
Must. You asked.
Nice.
I meant to click on this. Beefy's room. A bear!
A new suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
A bear! Stay hydrated, everyone.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
That is pretty bad.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Oh. An arrow pointing from here to here. An arrow from here to here. An arrow from here to here. An arrow from here to here. And an arrow from here to here.
Who's that?
Not sure.
That's gotta be Flora. And that's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that, do I?
Yes, you do.
I think that's supposed to be Felix. Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
Who's that?
Not sure.
That's, Poppy.
Who's that?
Not sure. Who is that?
No idea.
Who is that?
No idea. Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
These are the same. This is the same stuff that was written on the chalkboard. It has no relationship to each other.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself. A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. It looks like a microscope, a big one.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure this is a microscope.
Oh, we're gonna make the key.
No, that was it.
Nice work.
I made a key.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Secret diary. A well-used book resembling a diary. It's locked with a strange metal device.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
That could be a clue.
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
Who calls it that? Who calls it the Pythagoras theorem? It's Pythagoras. I've never heard anybody say Pythagoras. My god. Have I and everyone I know been saying it wrong? Or am I right in Pythagoras? Or is Pythagoras right? I don't know. I've never heard it called Pythagoras. Also, Pythagoras didn't even come up with that goddamn theorem.
I've not heard of that band. Are they any good?
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras.
I've not heard of that band.
Also, none of these, like, this is not a right angle triangle, nor is this one. Nor is that one. None of the posters have right angle triangles, so...
Boxes of stuff.
That's a whole lot of books. What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like
Is it a
something.
clue?
I hope it's just a bunch of notes about her mic.
Okay, we can leave now. Let's go out here. Oh my gosh, mysterious. Look at this guy.
Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh,
Nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
Hi, Mackie. Look at him. Look at him. Look at the boy. Hi, Mackie. What a good boy you are. He wants attention. Alright.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Oops.
Very well.
I didn't mean to
Let us
pause
make a
it.
small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
That's hilarious.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers is one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Fascinating.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
Look it up more closely.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Ah. 3, 9. You want 12 at 12. You want 6 at 6. Aha.
That's the
I
one.
did it!
Hey, not bad. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
Small lens. Small brass tool with a curved lens. It has a screw at the base. Does this go with this?
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
It's pretty cool.
I want one. You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
Not in real life.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too.
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower. A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
It's a greenhouse.
AKA a greenhouse. A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
Hi.
Alright, let's go to the greenhouse. Hello?
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so
He's
tall?
the one that didn't marry, I think.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
Fair enough.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like, condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
Oh, he has low self-image issues.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
Jesus.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
Okay. We've been forgetting to ask people about people.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind. Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Okay.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
Alright.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the Fellow Tower.
This could be interesting.
A little chart of actually, I have no idea what it's about.
Okay, so these are Greek letters. We got pi. We got gamma, I think. That's alpha, beta, omega. Another omega? Or is that gamma? I forget. I forget what all of them are called. This one, I used to remember what this one was called. A lot of these are used in maths. These are very mathematical.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Potted fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. The soil in the pot is an unusual blue color.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
Bug.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
Tools. Used by a gardener. For gardening. Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
Ba-ba-dee-ba-ba-die.
All the flowers here look kind of poisonous.
Can flowers be poisonous?
Anything can be poisonous.
Good to know.
Yeah, this is why you don't just eat things. Let's go back and ask her about people. Oh, can we ask people about things as well? Oh my gosh, we can. I've been missing opportunities. Okay.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
Cool.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. 314 cases solved. 314. Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower.
Fascinating.
Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective. I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers in secret.
In
Whoa,
secret.
scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless. Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too. You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no, then. Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course,
It was
it was
thrown
the
out the
painting
window.
itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
The door was locked, but the windows are wide open. There was most probably just thrown out the window.
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
Flirting.
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
That's good to know.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he?
Yeah.
These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your
Yeah.
life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
A photograph of Freya could be important. I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating. This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
He said that Fitz said that nobody had been in the greenhouse. That's Fitz, right? Yeah, Fitz said that nobody had been in the greenhouse.
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
A giant...
AKA a greenhouse.
Does he know? Do you know that she looked...
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
She did?
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
But she has searched the greenhouse.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony.
Sometimes, you never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it. Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her, after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
Fascinating.
That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
It says to Freya.
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
Fun story.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a cool, cool cat with a smooth, smooth walk. I can swing my tail. I'm a cat that can talk. My ice cold drink is cool like snow. And when I purr, it's smooth and slow.
Hello! Hi, Mama! How you doing? Welcome in, everyone. How was Fortnite? I was leaving a little lurky lurk. How was Fortnite? Did you have a good time?
Well, the cat's out of the bag.
Alright, we'll do the other shout out as well. If anybody here is not already following Mama, you should be. Mama is an incredible person and a very entertaining streamer. You had a good time in Fortnite? I'm so glad to hear that. Welcome in, Mama and Chelsea. I appreciate you guys for raiding in and everybody that came along. You accidentally tiered up to Platinum rank. That's amazing. For anybody that doesn't know, I am Avoticat. I am a variety streamer, a queer variety streamer from Australia. Also disabled and, you know, chronically ill. We do a lot of narrative-based games here, so I don't stream any one type of thing. But the things that I do tend to stream do tend to be heavily narrative-focused. And some of them can deal with some heavy subject matter. So if at any point you need to leave to look after yourself, make sure you do that. That is first and foremost. Everything here is supposed to be just for fun. Just for fun. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. Thank you so much for raiding over Mama. We are currently playing Tangle Tower. It is a murder mystery game, and I'm having a lot of fun with trying to solve the murder. And it's funny, there's another detective here as well, but they're not trying to solve a murder. They got hired ahead of time for another thing. But yeah, it's... You love my hair and makeup? Thank you for the good intro. You tried giving me one. I appreciate that. You emphasized that you had a very positive and calming energy. Oh, with lots of cat-centric energy. I do have cat-centric energy. That is the focus. I don't actually... My cat left, so I don't actually have a real physical cat, but I've got Butterscotch here. And my own cat is. But I appreciate everybody that came over on the raid. If you need to de-stress, de-stream, essentially decompress, and step away, get some food, get some water, have some sleep, whatever you need to do, make sure you do it. Look after yourself. The cat, yeah, the long cat is great, and then we've got another cat pillow over here, which is leaned up against the wall. I do have some other cat plushies, but they aren't in this room at the moment. I also have a lot of sheep plushies, but they don't go as well with the theme of cats. But anyway, let's get back into Tangle Tower. So we are asking people about the murder of this 19-year-old Freya, who died while she was painting one of her relatives' portraits. I need to go back and look at the family tree. Oh my
I'm a
gosh!
cool, cool cat with a smooth, smooth walk. I can swing my tail. I'm a
Double
cat that
rave.
can talk. My ice cold drink is cool like snow. And when I purr, it's smooth and slow.
Hello, Dark Dots. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Another raid. Oh my gosh. How are you doing? What were you playing? What were you
Well,
streaming?
the cat's out of the bag.
I'm pretty sure I follow you. Do I follow you? I don't follow you. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I wasn't following you. Now I'm following you. Welcome in, everybody. What were you doing though, Dark Dots? What game were you playing? And for anybody that came along on that raid, who might not know me, my name is Avoticat. I'm a queer variety streamer from Australia. I play narrative-focused games. Right now we're playing a game called Tangle Tower, which is a murder mystery game. A lot of the games that I play can have heavy themes. If you ever need any content warnings, exclamation point TW for your trigger warnings. Make sure you keep yourself safe, and also make sure that you do anything you need to make yourself comfortable and happy. This is a space for enjoyment purposes, and if you're not having a good time, you don't need to be here. You know, you just gotta look after yourself. Don't ever force yourself to be here, because that's not a fun time. Hoot hoot! Oh my gosh, look at that! I love that little emote. That's adorable. That's like an Animal Crossing character there. Oh no, wait, is that a Pokemon? That's a Pokemon, isn't it? Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I love it. You always appreciate my use of trigger warnings? Thank you. So, I don't know, it's Rowlett. That's a Pokemon, right? I'm right about that. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. But for the content warnings for Tangle Tower, it's a murder mystery, so there's a murder, obviously. There's a lot of interrogations happening because we're playing a detective. And I believe that there's supernatural elements because the key suspect in this murder investigation is a painting. So there's a bit of magical realism, a bit of unreality going on. Exactly. Oh, beautiful. That's such a cute little. Is that like a fish pat? A fish pat. That's adorable. Alright, anyway, let's get back into it. Tangle Tower. Alright, so we've been questioning Fitz a little bit, and I just discovered that you can ask questions about the people that you've met, as well as some of the objects. So the people that we've met, Flora. So Freya was the woman, the 19-year-old who was murdered. She was painting Flora's portrait. Flora doesn't talk. Felix is a ex-adventurer. Fifi is a scientist, a microbiologist. Hawkshaw is not part of the family. She is a detective that somebody brought in for an unknown reason. And Fitz is the gardener. So those are the people we've met so far. And I'm just going through and asking about all of the items that we've found so far.
Felix made that? Huh.
Yep, Felix did make this.
That's quite sweet, really. It's Fifi and Freya.
Yep. So
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Then 3's a crowd. I always pick intriguing narrative games. Thank you. This one's been on my list for a while. Just the other day we were playing a game called Whateverland, which I also highly recommend. It's like a Alice in Wonderland with a bit of a twist where it's sort of more of a escape situation where you have to gather all these things and talk to all these people. It was a lot of fun anyway. Whateverland was great.
Freya's
Thank
best
you,
work,
Dark
in my
Dots.
opinion. Although the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
It's true.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
I figure that it's like an abstract painting of like the mountains in a specific light.
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore.
Anymore?
I've tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
Oh, jeez. Okay. How does that bird survive?
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Alrighty, let's go. We've got to go back to and ask people about other people. But there are some rooms that we haven't gone into yet. But I want to go back and ask people about people first. You'll work and de-stress. I appreciate you, Mama. Thank you again for the raid. Ask about the people.
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession,
56.
unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And
Autism
how
family
long has Flora
vibes.
been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
Does anybody want to tell me what that is?
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
But you didn't choose to be a parent, so.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not.
Oh.
He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
One grandparent. Alright. We have an ad. We'll be right back after about 3 minutes. Make sure you take a stretch, get some food or drink or whatever you need to do. Go to the bathroom. Just take a break from the screen, and we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Alrighty, we are back with more Tangle Tower. Alright, let's ask her about Hawkshaw.
Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
It just occurred to her.
Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Interesting. Hi, Mac.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower.
Oh.
He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Fascinating.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
It is.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Freya. She sounds like Freya.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Fair.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
Curious. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
Accidentally.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course. The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Okay.
Is she laughing?
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
That's
Or
interesting.
blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
What the hell?
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah,
Okay.
what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
True.
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? This photograph
Look
is
at
my
this
favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
I would love to look at the painting, like these sections of the painting up close, but the game won't let me yet.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time. A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh yes, it has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
Fascinating.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth.
Alright, I think we've asked everything we can right now. Let's go to him.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
You know.
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
And what is that?
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
Oh.
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it. Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know.
okay.
It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
After what?
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
Because... Okay, so... Is it because she was the product of a second marriage? Like, technically the grandchild of a second marriage, but like... Was it a affair? Was it an affair? Was it a secret affair? But then why would it be on the family tree? It must have been a second marriage.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
Interesting.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, yes, less likely to come back.
Okay.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
Oh my god! Okay, so that is why none of the Remingtons live here.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall. I'm as confused as you are. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
Maybe it was a mirror.
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Almost like you borrowed them.
Does Florin normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Fair enough.
Rules to live by.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Okay.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed, yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
Okay.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
Okay.
My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
Fair enough.
Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd. Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
Hilarious.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
It's true. Alright, we've asked him everything
There's
we
something
can.
about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Suspicion.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Suspicion.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
The red is his.
Let's take a closer look at this.
But the lids were swapped to hide it.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
Interesting.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something.
Yup.
Right. Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday.
Oh.
I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Yeah. Apparently we are asking her something. Even though she's not going to say anything.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
I don't know that we have anything right now. A feather? Oh, it's definitely a feather.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Painted knife's actually a feather from an ink dip bed.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Yes.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to
Flora
think of
likes
it,
them.
why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
Flora likes the birds.
The ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
In the egg!
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait. There's something tucked inside this one.
Flora's drawing. A drawing of Flora and a small bird with a handwritten message in the back. These are for you, love, Freya. Oh, it's so cute. Okay, that's the end of that, apparently. This is hardly a room.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
PP!
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside. Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination. Sort of.
Maybe rotated? Okay. This is one of the leaves.
Nothing.
Maybe if you move the paper around, you'll find a clue.
There must be like several other ways that these fit together. Alright. So that has one. I don't think any of the other ones have something similar. That's the closest, but it's got pointy tips. Alrighty. Did I already do this one? I'm guessing that's this guy. Did that already. Ha!
I did it.
Not bad. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
PPFF. Ornate trowel, a metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has the decorative pattern engraved into it and letters either side of a heart. PPFF, just like on the tree outside.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Nothing. Still locked.
The tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots. Are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
Nope.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else. Let's come back once we know.
Know what to do.
An empty glass and an
Looking at it is making.
Why?
I don't know.
Doesn't look soft. Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space. Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
Let's go over here. We haven't investigated this side at all. It's Puppy!
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty, so I'm guessing nobody.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Oh, horn statue. There's a crack in this guy too. A shiny statue of a strange creature holding a large horn. There's a noticeable crack running along the length of the statue's horn. Inside the horn on the ground below are various shards of cracked glass.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. Sheet music.
That's a lot
Probably
of
why they're on the floor. It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
A grand piano.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted. Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude!
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer. 3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way, so I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
There's definitely a romance between Poppy and Fitz.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
Okie dokie.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
Okay. Bars.
Foregone drifter, holding fast.
She's gonna do this for everyone.
Gaze a shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom some four walls make around a room. Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will. Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way. That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
She did a poem for everyone except herself. That's a little sad.
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So, the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
So who's the other pointer? You, your father, who's the other pointer that lives here?
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone, or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything. It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
Everybody's saying that it's from... it is yours, though.
Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh. How nice.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah.
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Woof.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes. That belongs to Flora, I think. Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. probably why I've been avoiding it. Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No? Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that. How sweet. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh, never seen him use it. Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
All right.
Oh.
Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I forgot to ask her about people.
I wonder what's in there. There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later. Wait, I did ask her about the people? I did ask her about the people, okay. Hang on. Let me look back at the family tree.
What is
I
that?
think it's a family tree.
Alright. Right, so Felix and Flora got married and had Fiona, Fifi. And then we got Poppy. Is Penelope the other one that lives here? So Primrose and Percival. So Poppy and Fitz are not directly related at all. Because, yeah. Poppy and Fiona are related, Freya and Fiona are related, but Poppy and Freya were not directly related. So we don't know whether Flint is still alive. These people are definitely dead. Same with these people. Dead, dead. Definitely dead, definitely dead. Because they died when Freya was 3. Fitz is the gardener. Flora doesn't talk. We don't know where Richard is. Primrose apparently left. Felix and Flora are married, had Fiona. Fiona's the scientist. Felix is the guy that pretends to be an adventurer. We have not met Percival yet. Percival is the professor. We assume that these guys are dead. And we don't know the third pointer that lives in the household. Okay. I'm starting to get a picture. This part is fascinating to me. This part. The fact that because of this, Freya does not have any right to the fellow tower and potentially does not have any real right to the name. Alright, let's go here. Oh, that's right, Penelope. Who is Penelope?
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Penelope, okay, so Penelope is the Poppy's, like, cousin. Okay, so that all of this young generation lives here. And then we've also got Percival, Flora, Felix, and then all of these guys live here as well. Freya, Fitz, Fiona, Poppy, and Penelope. So Freya and Fitz and Poppy and Penelope, like, these guys are not directly related. They're only sort of related via marriage. Distantly at that, like, so that's why there's a romance here. There's a romance. Alright. We didn't properly look in this room. We just sort of popped in. She's got wings.
Does this count as being outdoors?
Yeah. No. Doesn't matter.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Ooh, a bird and cage.
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
Pretty judgmental.
Bird diagrams. Hand painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff. I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
It's hilarious.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure.
And
yeah.
the rest of you is definitely not ostentatious. Okay.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz Fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
Know what I
I'm
expected?
not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
Okay, I thought that there was a romance between Poppy and Fitz, but apparently it's Penelope and Fitz. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's both. Okay, we're gonna find out more. We got an ad break though, so we'll be back after the ad break. Alrighty, sorry for the extended ad break, folks. I had to feed my pets and also figure out food for the house. So we're back. We're back. Talking to Penelope. Penny. She prefers Penny. She goes by Penny.
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Fair enough.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Okay. Give me the lowdown on all the people.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
It's not a huge secret.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. You don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
He hired her.
It was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that? She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
What? What do you mean?
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me? No, It's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
It definitely sounds like you couldn't care less, huh?
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
Aren't you?
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
Okie dokie.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. How terrible.
You recognize it?
That color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. Oh, that's rather sad. Freya doesn't take very good care of her pains, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
Just a tad.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind.
It is.
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me.
Much?
I find it overbearing.
For you.
And
Interesting.
for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
And then it died.
Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent. I don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Alright, I think we've asked her everything we can right now.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
Let's go up to the top of the tower first.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Rotate 5 planets, the sun and the moon around the middle. Not quite. There we go.
No, that was it.
Nice work. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Oh, the golden beetle. Various research notes and diagrams. The golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years, fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels, and being completely undigestible. This missive has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those who see it. Interesting.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
True.
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is...
So, even the most well-used notebook...
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
A Spyglass to the Stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
Let's at least introduce ourselves before touching his telescope.
Always a good roll.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars.
They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems
Pointer.
like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Okay. Tell me about yourself.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
He's like got a book on his head. I'm pretty sure it's his hair, but the way it's designed, it's like a book.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
You're not gonna say more? What was the curious tug of fate?
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever, then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
I see.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
Didn't you marry her sister?
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
I'm not detecting any hints of sarcasm.
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
Mm-hmm. You're macro, she's micro.
Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you. Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
I see.
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time.
What does that mean?
Until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
Okay. She could keep her last name.
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
That's vague as heck.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
Not that she speaks much to anyone anyway.
Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
Jeez.
Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar.
I don't know, dude.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical. I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
Is this important?
Possibly.
Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room? Heaven forbid women do anything.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know.
Wow.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
He's right, though.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
Pretty sure it died.
Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
Come on, dude.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Don't lie
Well,
to
it wasn't
me.
in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Later. I have other things that I need to do. Puppy's room.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
It's a squid.
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright.
An upright piano.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
Empty. Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about. It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's a weird metronome.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials to the hoop at the top. I'm just going around in circles like this. Well, that achieved nothing, huh? Okay, so they're all equally apart now. Ha!
There we go.
Perfect.
Perfect.
What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Heart of a photograph.
The other part of the photograph? Who is that? Ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. Girl in the photo is using a bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. The rest of the photo shows Fifi and Freya. It was hidden in Freya's room. Is this what Poppy used to look like? Has Poppy changed like her whole aesthetic?
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Later.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Potted flower. Very brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. Looks healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. Also an unusual blue color.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope, they're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
What if? Swap the positions. Okay, hang on.
I got it.
Figured it out! What's I find there?
I'm impressed. Did the door open?
Oh! Now I'll get her. A ripped piece of paper crumpled into a ball, red flower petals were found inside. A message angrily scrawled out on the paper. Now I'll get her.
A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and...
What?
This one appears to be both.
Nice.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude.
You know, the birds can easily get in and out of those cages.
Well, if that's true, can they even be considered cages? Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
Alright, I don't think there's gonna be anything else in there. I forgot to look at this.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Okay. So this reveals where the suns go. The other one reveals where the moons go. I can't remember exactly where the moons went, but I think it was sort of like a back and forth, maybe? But either way, the sun is there, there, and there.
I guess we'll come back later.
Alright. Hang on. Let's see whether I can
A big
actually
glass
get
door
that.
leads out.
There's a little mechanism by
Got to check whether that was actually it.
Nothing. Still.
All 4 tiles have a moon.
Those other
I think it is. I guess we'll come back later.
We'll have to go to the other room. Thank you.
It's locked.
I thought
We
were...
are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Now I can't remember. Oh, is it like this?
It made a noise.
I got it!
I guess that was right.
I thought I had that the other way around.
And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
Okay, so we have to do the other one now as well. So they both need to be unlocked for it to actually be unlocked?
A big glass door leads out.
There's a little mechanism.
Something happened.
That must be it. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
It's not gonna be worth it. Rooftop garden.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
The feathers were mostly found resting on the tongue of the large stone frog.
It's a rosebush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon. It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Fascinating. A slightly weathered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs have been placed on the head of the statue.
Oh good, a bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
Okay, apparently some of them are just aesthetic.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof. Stone pillars, or what's left of them. Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
Somehow I thought I'd find more out here.
Ah, a little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
Alright. We have an ad break coming up. I am needing to eat my my dinner. I had my fries, now I have a burger that I need to eat. So I'll be back in probably a little over 3 minutes. So let's say 5 minutes. Probably a bit more than that. We'll see how we go, but I will be back as soon as I can. And I will be playing some music and doing an ad break during that time. So make sure that you take a break if you need to as well. Alrighty, we're back. We're back to Tangle Tower. So we need to ask a few people about a few things. Let's just start up here. Ripped photo.
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
It's Poppy.
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
Maybe he's trying to ignore you. Okay.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so What should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here,
Or
how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh,
It's Poppy.
absolutely no idea.
You're the idiots.
Yes, it's my... my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
Okay.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business. Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be?
What happened?
There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. Lovely.
Okay. So we have a few things to ask a few different people. Why don't we start here? Let's start.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying. Floating, helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet. Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
Oh, hush. They do not like each other. Alrighty.
I think it's kinda cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously. I don't know what that is.
It's you! Don't lie to me.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there.
It's you!
I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar.
Cute.
No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
Alrighty. Time to suspicion.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
It used to be. You used to like these colors.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this.
Pink cassette tape match found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
Look at this photograph.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore. The photo proves Poppy is the murderer. That doesn't make any sense. Is that Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore?
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Alrighty.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects.
Does he ask you
He's
about the
pretty
bees?
clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
There is not.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing? Recently.
Good. It's good.
He's lying.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy
Just
that.
friends?
Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
They're just
Is something
friends.
wrong?
They're just friends.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
What's with the broken glass? Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not. I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
It was a whole thing.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to. Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
There's a whole love triangle thing happening.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
It is genius. It's clever. Alrighty.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So,
Suspicion.
Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
What about this?
That.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
This is the only thing I can think of.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
This is the only thing I can think of.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Oh, in Fitz's greenhouse.
The pot and soil
My
in
bad.
Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
My brain is like, this is a garden?
Let me
it's
guess.
a greenhouse.
Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
That's so sad. They don't have a good relationship at all.
Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Wow.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite. Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see. This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around.
True.
Some breed of amphibious humanoid, potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
A reverse mermaid.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
Okay.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange.
It's quite clearly Poppy.
Can you consider that important evidence, do you? These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet.
Not
But you see
yet.
some suspicious leaves.
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
For sure. Okay, suspicious.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetles hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
Not a
It's
microscope.
not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
A telescopic lens.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my
Seduced
intelligence
by
to the world
space.
around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
Oh,
I never
that's
would
kind of
have
cute.
guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is
Dead.
your murder victim.
Yeah. That's not super surprising.
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer.
This is true.
Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
Oh, futile.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter, always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
For sure, for sure.
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? I've never seen that before. looks valuable. Now this is still in very good condition, apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning. Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
What?
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
Wow, this family is real respectful of Poppy's desire to not, like, be seen as, like, her past iteration.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Goodness me! Is that a clue? Really?
It might be. The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
Alright, he has nothing to provide us. I have never actually asked her questions. Like, I figured that she won't answer them, but, like, let's try. Let's just see.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides staring out the window? We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try. We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her. We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials. You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
Just in case she says something.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
We know now it's not.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked?
Oh, she shut her eyes.
Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty? What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who are the other people next to you?
I mean, we know that's the bird and that is Freya. I assume that that's maybe Fitz's father?
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter? Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something there. I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them? Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general? Do you know anything about this beetle?
Flora, head tilts upwards, tilts downwards. Exactly. She's saying all she needs to say. Also, hello there, Verisil. Welcome in. Let me know if I'm saying your name correctly. Have you played this game before? Are you familiar? I like this game. I've only been playing it today, but we're doing a murder mystery and we're interrogating people. And this person is not very forthcoming.
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
She just does not talk. Alright, but she's not going to say nothing. I've talked to everybody about my case file now.
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
Woof,
I'm
rude.
pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
Oh boy, you have the same hair color?
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
I love that. That's hilarious.
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
That blade,
It's a troll for gardening.
it is.
It is.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh,
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
in the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
No, it does not.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
That's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Yeah.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No.
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
I love that they're all just like not saying because they respect the fact that Poppy has changed as a person, but they're like they are genuinely tickled to see her in her previous form.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
It's really funny because like Fitz grew it so that it would look like Penny, but it also looks like a vagina.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
Okay, let's do the suspicion.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's not a diary at all.
It's not a diary at all.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
Okay. It's someone else's diary?
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
That's not it.
Okay. I don't know. Something with a star on it? Ah!
Let's take a closer look at this.
Look at that photograph. It's the same thing as Secret Diary. Which proves it belongs to Freya.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Makes the most sense.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Okay.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
Secret Diary. It's me in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Still bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them all 5, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. What does that mean? Okay, I don't know what that means. What were these symbols?
I'm
again?
still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Bell, lips, piano, bird. Okay, I think that this is the music room. And this is the bird room. I feel like these two must relate to the other tower.
Let's come back later. I'm still not sure about this thing.
Hang on.
Should we take another look?
It's saying that it still can't be solved.
Let's come back later.
Wonder if this is like a later part of the game. Still. There's also the piano in her room.
There's a name. You know. Sheet music.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Sheet music has been framed and is decorated in a delicate, old-fashioned illustration.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
That is the bed of
I thought
This is a vampire who needs firm support. Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
There's still like 3 more of these things that I haven't found.
That bed. It's like...
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
What?
It's not locked.
Oh, right, those go into those various rooms. Okay.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You can pull off a pipe.
It's a magnifying glass.
How come
Why? Should I start?
You can pull off.
I guess that's technically not the other side of the wall. There's like a big empty space here.
Nice room.
It's a mess, but yeah,
It's a bed.
barely.
Fifi's got something.
What is all this? It's Detective Hawkshaw.
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
It's Poppy. That's actually a pretty good drawing.
That's gotta be Flora.
It's a drawing of Penny.
Looks like Professor Pointer.
Looks like Fitz.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself. That's a whole lot of books. Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
I don't know. They just seem old-fashioned to me. Plus, they're kind of dusty. Boxes of stuff.
I don't want to do that.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
Just for her. Wow, she said better.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it.
Aw.
When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Aw.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Interesting. That's left a weird. That's weird. That's. I want to find all of the clues. I don't like that there is stuff missing.
That painting. That's
Why
really-
would you
Maybe
want
Freya
the
enjoyed.
atmosphere?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by
It's
the.
a photograph. Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like 2 people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Aha! This is what I was talking about. Having an affair. And you were... Drawing of Poppy and Fitz standing in a garden. Fitz is holding a red rose. A drawing of Fifi. A drawing of Detective Hawk. Sure. A drawing of Poppy and Fitz is down at the rooftop garden.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Let's go now. So we've done a suspicion for almost everyone except Pointer. Yeah, except Pointer.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from Red Roses.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to. It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
Mm-hmm.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz. And steal evidence from them.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that.
Yes, you would.
Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We know that's a lie.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden. Let's take a closer look at these.
Not deliberately. Was left behind when it visited the rooftop garden.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Ooh,
Sorry, Penny,
steamy.
but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with
So
me these
dramatic.
days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Okay, so that was that. We have an ad break, so we'll be back in about 5 minutes. We only have the suspicion of the professor to go. I don't know how to get it, but we'll figure it out, and we'll be back soon. We are back with some more Tangle Tower. Hang on.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
What's with those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh.
What haven't we had a thorough look through? Let's go back up here. We only were up here once.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
A Spyglass to the Stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos. Pretty.
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebook.
Oh, my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
She's just not gonna say nothing. It's fine.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way.
Of course it was not in an evil way.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
I see.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
She seems surprised by that. Let's show Poppy.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
Okay, she's not concerned.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
They're like, oh, what's the issue? They genuinely don't get it.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree. It doesn't make it a clue.
Same. Yeah?
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others, anyway.
I wonder if there's something in here that I missed.
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters, I think?
They are.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters, I think?
Alpha, beta. Gamma, theta. Forget. This one's a delta. I don't know what that one is called. It's pi. I don't know if it's known by another name. Is that epsilon? I can't remember.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Alright, I think I need to go. I don't think I can do those things. I think I need to go here.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it, until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi, too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They
One of-
don't just line up.
one of them-
Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
One of them doesn't line up. Okay. Now what? We should search for gardens.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's just...
Is it working?
No.
It's a bandstand.
It's small for
It's a one-man bandstand.
This is some
Do the
garden.
plants all look a little strange to you?
This is some
Do
garden.
the plants all look a little strange to you? The pond has little stone feet.
Seems a bit superfluous.
You're superfluous.
Is this something I can
I'm
do
still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back later.
It's still saying we should search for gardens. Is this the garden still? No. Is this considered the gardens? It's literally just this area that's considered the gardens. I don't know what I haven't clicked on
This
yet.
is some
Do
garden.
the plants all look a little strange?
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed
It's
to...
not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
It's a path through the garden. Leads up to the house, I assume.
What does this letter thing say again? The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reason. You will not find it down there.
Spooky. What do you think it's
I think
for?
it's
Is it
just-
working?
No. It's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to
Oh
be.
my gosh. Damaged tape. That tape has been damaged by water. The ink on the label is blurred and illegible. Okay, okay. We found something.
Weird.
Those are the notes.
It's someone humming a tune.
They're the notes. They're the notes in Puppy's song.
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
It's not that song then. It's different. Fascinating. Okay. For some reason I thought it was the same song.
Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it.
Do you know anything about this?
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
Fascinating.
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same.
Okie dokie. I feel like whenever I talk to them, I'm popping a bubble. Yeah, I didn't think she'd say anything.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Search inside.
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why.
Still missing one piece of evidence.
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Okay. Somewhere else that I need. The astronomy tower. Okay, so there is something in the astronomy tower that I have not found yet.
It's tidier than my den, the notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebook.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Ah.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
I can just about see the gramophone.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. It's the tower opposite this one. It's the tower opposite this one. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
I want to go back over here because I always suspected there was something there.
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here.
Looks up, looks down. Yeah, Flora's constantly doing that.
Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Reel thingy. A brass reel with a screw at the top, coiled around a reel length. Is a length of fine red rope.
At least the moths are kept well fed.
Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
Alright, we gotta ask people about this reel thingy.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Can you help?
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Cute.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
Real
I
thingy.
don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
He messed it up.
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
She seemed to know what it was just then.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
Okay, nobody has a heckin' clue.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works. So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why
It
do
is
you
awfully
ask
convenient.
me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
I have a theory that it's a demon. A dancing demon. No, something isn't right there. You're not really interested in astronomy. You've discovered a meteor heading straight for Earth. You're trying to get a planet named after yourself. I'm gonna say you're not really interested in astronomy.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right.
That's a lie.
That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
He's a liar.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're
Do
accusing
not
me of what?
Insult
Spying?
entomologists.
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
It was up to
So,
something.
This next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Let's go to the garden. What is that?
This wasn't here before.
It definitely was not there before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck to you two. Freya. Holy shit.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Well, it's confirmed.
Is it?
We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Whoa. Unfinished business. Need to use this thing at the same time. The plot thickens.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Oh. Okay.
It's piano music.
Okay. That one is not useful.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Here we go. Piano. I don't know what the bell is, though.
And especially...
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds. They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and...
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. I don't like
How
it.
do you...
I do by weight. I can feel it.
Not this area that the birds matter, or is it this area? Wrong button. Bird and bell. We still. I have not seen a bell anywhere. Is there a bell up here?
Just dusty junk.
Melody by the main entrance. Wait, that's right, there is a bell there. Forgotten about this bell. Doorbell. Are there birds over here? There aren't any birds here. There aren't any birds here. Are there birds here?
We already solved it.
Right.
That's a big window. Looks like nature and rude.
Lake's Edge. I don't remember that, but okay. Okay, apparently that's it. Not what I would have expected.
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
That looks like that. That looks like that. That looks like that. That looks like that.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Are we gonna go in?
Yes.
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
Okay, we gotta do the crime scene talkie.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted Flora to resemble a bloody knife. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
It's this one.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I know I'm right.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with the painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over?
That's
Maybe
true.
her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
True.
Are we done?
For now, it's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
Let's go. I did all those things.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Go down. We're doing it. Whoa. Underneath Tangle Tower. The bottom. Oh my gosh.
It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
Ice, ice, baby.
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
And these ones are little bugs.
What's in there?
There he is.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
It's mostly
Oops.
numbers. No idea what they mean. It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
True.
9 beetles.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
Oh.
Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Ah. Okay. None of this is right. That's gotta be right. Let's pull all of them all the way out and see what it looks like. That could be there, or it could be there. If it's this one. This one's at the bottom. Ah! What's this? That doesn't make sense. That way. Then that doesn't match up with anything here. Unless that's like that.
Nothing.
I think we're trying to make a path between the key and lock symbols on either side.
I know that. It's hard. Okay. Alright. Let's try to go from this way. So that doesn't work. This work. Okay. It's this part that I can't get to work with anything. Which makes me think that one's not part of it at all. But then I can't get that to work with anything because it's not long enough. And these ones don't go far enough. Ah! This one is real... is like actually challenging me. Okay, so I'm guessing it has to be this. That's gotta be. But then it can't, it doesn't match up. Regardless, it doesn't match. I'm gonna... This one is not my friend. Oh, I forgot that this was a thing. But even still, these ones aren't helping as far as I can see. Oh, hang on. But there's nothing down here that I can do. It's just a path to nowhere. Right? Aha! Hang on. There we go. Alright, so it's... Up. Not quite, because this one doesn't match. Like that, and then like that, then there's nothing that links these guys up.
I guess that's wrong.
The easiest part should be connecting the path to...
And then I'm missing a bit here. Could it be that moves down earlier, maybe? Now that's gonna go there. I might have to look up a walkthrough, but we have an ad break first, so we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Legitimately, this one's too hard for me. I've been trying. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. I looked up a walkthrough. I know where I screwed up now. It's this part that I screwed up in. So that should meet up now.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Secret research, a folder containing research notes and diagrams. 1. A unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. 2. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. 3. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemical may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected. Oh, I got level 2 research. I suspect there'll be significantly less here.
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
It's the bug section. One, two, three, four.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because
Why
it's
not?
rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Hold on.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study. Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
Forensic Entomology, Volume...
That's an incredibly specific chemistry apparatus. A candle, perched on a barrel.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates.
Hand-drawn entomology charts. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
It was pretty gosh darn cute.
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
Let's go down again. Whoa, deeper and deeper still. Lowest level, apparently.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
Metal stabbing thingy. A sleek. Hi, Shelby! Welcome in, how you doing? We're playing Tangle Tower. We're towards the end. It's a really fun murder mystery game. Would recommend, but there are spoilers because I'm near the end. A sleek but sturdy metal rod has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop at the back with a short length of rope connected to it. The same rope that we saw before. The metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
Ooh. It's been framed but slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl, a large man sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. You have terrible memory, so you'll forget the spoilers? Good to know, good to know. See, that's not... That can't be Freya's dad. Surely. Freya's dad died when she was like 3. Who is this man? We don't know who this man is.
Do you know who it is? In the photo?
We do not.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Ooh, children's book. Mists of the Sea and Sky. A children's picture book. Looks very old. The ink drip. An elegant bird with red and white plumage. The silver snake. A aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. The soul bearer, this guy up here who looks like a crab. A crab, yes, with 3 differently sized claws. And the amphobe, a frog-like creature on 2 legs. We saw that guy in a statue.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks. And a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Basements don't normally have windows?
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point. There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
Unroll it. Misted Mansion North Side cross section. This is before they put the towers in. When it was owned by the Remingtons, it was the Misted Mansion. This is still an aviary, this is still a music room, this is still the grand hall.
Study. Wait.
There was not a room there.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it? A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
Yep, and this library's still there.
The library.
Storage.
That storage room is now, or was, Freya's room.
It's Freya's room.
And it makes sense because it did not look like a bedroom. And this is...
a bedroom.
This one's Penny's room now.
Penny's room, I think. It's the aviary.
And this is the music room.
Music room.
It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
In the rooftop garden.
The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
Yeah, it's actually on the rooftop now.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Building plans. Misted Mansion, north side cross-section. A roll of parchment on which the plans for a grand mansion have been drawn. A horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a section marks where it is now. It has risen significantly. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage. A room labeled study is in the center. Ooh, the lake.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
Giving me Rusty Lake vibes, y'all. Love it.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
I know which clue you're talking about.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah,
but who
makes
is
sense
he?
when you know who he is.
Lord Remington? It must be. It must be Lord Remington. He's her dad.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father.
Yes.
Meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her.
Oh.
See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed.
That makes sense.
Times sure do change.
She looks a lot like
I don't
Freya.
know. I don't think she looks so different.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
I want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
This room looks old. Like, old.
It makes the rest of the house seem relatively modern.
Gives off kind of a dungeon vibe.
What do people actually use chains for?
Nothing good.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty. It's an empty bookcase.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time.
A bunch of picture frames, but it's too dark to see the pictures.
It's not too dark. The frames are all empty.
Let's go.
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
It is dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
That seems
A
simple.
ladder.
Want to go up?
Climb the ladder. The Hidden Heart.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A smaller sheet underneath features a drawing resembling the silhouette of a cloaked figure. That looks like the detective woman.
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
That looks like how Poppy used to look. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. Brass plaque at the base of the frame reads, "The Ambassadors of Misted Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have had their faces crudely covered in black ink. Fascinating.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
Worm!
That's the one. An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The missing one.
The one that isn't there.
It's a pickaxe.
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Yeah, they're on the inside.
Jesus.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Notebooks, several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. 5th ambassador located, finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but somehow disappointed. But still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It worked, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. With all that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved. But I know it's time. Jesus. This thing's creepy.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
Whoa.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
And it's got 3 different sized pincers.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? Ugh. You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
It does. Hang on.
This crab really reminds me of something.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
Let me look at my clues. That way, and these 2 are open, this one's closed. Okay.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also, crabs... Perfect.
Did it! Oh, crossbow.
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
Crossbow.
What is it? Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? That's a bookcase. It's mostly empty.
What a surprise.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes, but yeah, there's something.
Burnt items. There's not much more than a pile of dust and ash. Among the ashes are several black buttons. A red-colored scraps of fabric are still visible. Jeez.
Someone's been using this room. Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank.
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe.
Alright, let's go through some of this stuff.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Aha! I am clever.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Yep.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down.
I think this is Flora's
Should we
room.
go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Let's talk about the 5 people.
Another photograph.
Their faces are
Look
all
at this
crossed out with some kind of
photograph.
black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the
I
other
know
parts?
where it is. We've got the other parts. We found them already.
We found them already.
Maybe we didn't find them all. Oh, we did.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is a
Thank
murder
you for the
weapon?
work, Jamie.
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
The murder. Oh.
Time to solve this.
Apparently. Machinations of murder.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
From above.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
I even know who did it.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
Freya was already lying on her back.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
Did fallen unconscious?
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone?
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
Something in the gramophone?
There is something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
Was it this?
That's not it.
Okay.
That's not it. That's not it.
I genuinely don't know this one.
That's not it. That's not it.
I don't know.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it
Oh,
feels
okay.
threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
What was affected by the power frequency? A lot of things. Freya's paints.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration.
Yup.
Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range,
The headphones.
how did the murderer pull it off?
The headphones.
Wouldn't they have been in range too?
The headphones.
Think about it. They can't have been much
headphones.
further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected.
They protected themselves.
How?
Oh my gosh.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it
good
makes
idea.
the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Okay, let's do it. She's not there anymore. Still coming together, it really is.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Painted portrait. Freya was unable to finish the painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be holding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. Freya added the blood to the painting herself. Her red paint was swapped out with blood. Flora was not holding a knife. She is holding a red and white ink dip bird feather.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Oh, it's that plant. The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even amongst avian mystids. The other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. It has a particular feeding habit and usually only eats the seeds of the tantum amica. Pictured. Fifi says the book belongs to Flora, who hasn't been in the library for a long time. Penny says the book is outdated, as this bird has been extinct for a number of years. But that plant is there, on the windowsill.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
I can see the stars.
There's nothing over this side. There's one here, but there's not one here.
I can see the stars. The plant. It's in
What?
the book. Look.
I believe. Gramophone.
It's dark.
I'm not sure what to do right now. Take a second look.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Brush and palette. Palette has a variety of paint loaded onto it. The largest blob is a blob of black in the middle. The paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint. Poppy said that Freya would mix all the colours she would need before starting her painting. Red substance on the palette and brush was discovered to be blood, not paint. The missing clue.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We
The
know
beetle.
she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We never found it?
We never found it.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
That's not it.
Ah, here.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene and ended up in the incinerator
Of
down in the
course!
study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how?
They did a bad job.
How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
Oh, heckin' no.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
Why are you sniffing?
That's not it. Freya prepared all the
there we go.
colors she was going to need before she started painting.
Are we gonna finish the painting?
The black paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. Brown and gray paint
Not
was
bad.
going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in
It
the
was
window.
the bird?
Oh.
The bulb.
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did,
Oh Jesus, the murderer.
but she's a very good listener. Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
I have no idea who you are.
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention? Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Justice for Freya.
Justice for Freya.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
So,
why?
What? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy.
What?
The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
What?
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
He's lonely.
Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after.
Sure.
Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Sounds
Perhaps
like a
you didn't
thing.
notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Sure.
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one.
Mm-hmm.
My father, too.
Yep.
The other 2 Remingtons.
Yep.
Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left.
Mm-hmm.
Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So...
She wanted community.
What did you actually
She
do
couldn't
about
find it.
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
The era of Misted Mansion.
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Sure, yeah.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids. Like cryptids? Like Bigfoot or whatever?
Kind of.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happens, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
That's not it.
That's not right.
I don't think I know. This?
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts. The creatures themselves, all lost. Taken away or destroyed.
Selfish bastards.
But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mistids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision.
It's really bugging me that one of her eyelids is like now doesn't have any eyeshadow on it, and this one's got green, this one's like empty. I don't know why it's bothering me so much, it just looks so wrong.
There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
The beetle!
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
You
stole
the
it.
beetle.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in.
The other 10%?
Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Whoa. The Will of Freya Fellow. Okay. We're gonna continue in just a moment. We'll be right back. We have an ad break. So sorry. We're so close to the end. I'm so excited. Alrighty, we are back. And we are going to do the Will of Freya chapter, or whatever they're called. I don't know if they're chapters at this point. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yeah, we knew that.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona.
What?
The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back.
Yeah.
I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
Ooh. Oh. Jesus. Lake's Edge.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You got beetled.
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you.
I need to go for a second and check on my dog. I will be right back. I'll leave you with the music from the game, though. Alrighty, we're back. I just needed to check on her because she was pacing about. She just wanted to go to bed. But she couldn't figure out that somebody was already in bed and could lie with her there. She was wandering around looking for John, going, when are we going to bed? Why aren't we in bed? But he was already in bed, so.
She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
Oh.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Nice. Oh, very nice. Look at that. So good. This was a fantastic game. Absolutely wonderful. By the end of it, I knew that it was Hawkshaw, but I did not know that Hawkshaw was Penny. That was a twist that I was not expecting. I enjoyed this mystery. They did a good job. They did a good job with the pacing. Although I feel like towards the end there was like a few too many title screens, you know? That's just me. This is beautiful though. Ooh, he can't fly away. Woo. Huzzah! Okay, so we've got a music player. Cool. So we didn't have access to that until after we played the game. And we've also got an art gallery. Whoa! Grimoire is tricky to get right. He needs to be a flexible mix of silly and heroic, light-hearted and dramatic. This is not what he looks like. He has a somewhat pretentious manner, projecting the persona of somebody more experienced than he actually is. Importantly, he can be totally sincere when he wants to be. This looks more like him. One of the challenges in Grimoire's design was his color palette. Brown, brown, and brown. He doesn't need to be a super colorful character. In fact, it's important to have a contrast between the different characters. Still, look closely and you'll notice that he's actually mostly comprised of various pinks masquerading as brown. That's kind of true, although this is more of a yellow. But yeah, these are pinks. And this is red. Detective Grimoire is probably one of the more difficult characters to develop, as there was already a strong identity that existed in the previous games. I don't know the previous games. This is the first game that I've played with this character. I felt like he still needed to be a friendly, approachable gumshoe, so I tried to stick to the brown, gentle shapes while exaggerating his features. I wanted to work towards an iconic silhouette. I wanted to make sure I had a good grasp on how Grimoire would look from different angles before I tackled his animation. He's got a bit of a penchant for performance and overwrought gestures, and I think a lot of his personality comes through in his movements. I like Sally. Sally's great. See, what is this previous game? Sally previously appeared in the previous game with her hair down her back in a long plait. However, when redesigning her for this game, I quickly realized this was made for a really cluttered silhouette, so I changed into bunches. The aspect of Sally's face is her eyeshadow, accentuating her slightly unimpressed default facial expression. Let's see. Is this what she previously looked like? I feel like I need to look up now. Hang on. Tangle Tower. Previous game. Detective Grimoire. Sequel to the 2014 Detective Grimoire. And the third entry in the series. Okay. So they did like significantly different. Let me just bring it up on Steam. I was not aware that this was a sequel game.
It was dusk. A feeling
Hush.
lingered in the...
Autoplay was on for some reason. You know what? If I just click on the developer. Let's... What can I show Steam? Alright, hang on. Let me show this instead. There we go. So yeah, this is the previous game. And the characters do look real different. So this is Sally, and this was Grimoire. They did a complete restyling of these characters. Obviously none of the other characters were the same, but... like, this was the sort of original design. I don't know who that is. That was a character in a different game, I think. That's so interesting. The fact that I now know that this is a sequel makes me feel like I want to go back and play the original game. There were apparently two others, but they're the first two games, I feel like. Because this was a really good game. An early story idea was to include the little girl in the team. Obviously, we changed Sharp Knights. She was from the previous game, as far as I know. I do like her look with the big scrunches. That's so interesting. Flora. Found the right shape for Flora early on. She set the tone for how weird the character designs could be, how far we could stretch them from typical human anatomy. I liked the way that her hair flowed like that. That was great. Felix. That's not what he looks like. They went some directions with him before they made a decision. Fifi! I like that. The point of Hawkshaw initially is to provide contrast with Grimoire. Where Grimoire is friendly, open, and emotionally reactive, Hawkshaw is blunt, stern, and emotionally closed off. Freya! Specifics of Freya character took a while to emerge. From the earliest point, I knew that I wanted her to be open-minded and a bit of a hippie. I'm sure you'll find out there's a good deal more to her than just a murder victim. She was unfortunately a little bit like overdone. I feel like they were like, she's the most incredible person in the world. She would have been better at me at everything in life. If only she had, you know, committed to it and also hadn't died. This is not what Fitz looks like. This would have been an interesting idea for Fitz. This is starting to look more like Fitz. It's just so interesting that this is where they started. This is not the same guy. Yeah, it gives similar vibes. Gives similar vibes. The fact that they went so flat with the hair is so interesting. Penny. The fact that they gave her wings was really interesting. Interesting. I do like they clearly had this design really early on. I had a really good feel for her, I think. Nope. Locations. Oops, a daisy. I keep going back too far. Clues. Freya's drawings. She'll pay. This one, I feel like she'll pay would have been better than now I'll get her. Empty egg. Egg. Wanted an image of Flora from her happier time. Rough versions of this rough version features a small detail at the bottom ground of the bottom of the image. Shame it didn't make it to the final version. Wait, what did that say about a kitchen? There was a chance to explore the building's history. For instance, Freya's room was converted from a storage room. The rooftop garden actually used to be at the top of the house for clarity. The building diagram matches the dollhouse style view of the in-game map screen. But it does make you wonder, are there other rooms? A kitchen maybe? A bathroom? Anyway, this game was fantastic. I had such a good time playing it. I appreciate all you chill cats, killer kittens, and variations thereupon for hanging out with me. I appreciate the raids from Mama and Dark. And I hope that you guys have as well rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time zone it happens to be for you. And I'll catch you guys next time where we'll be playing something completely different.